She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Good morning, and almost a twitch baby quag keck.
Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Hope you're having a good day so far as well. Me, I am weirded out. It is so like you could probably hear the thunder and the rain as I talk throughout the stream today. So there's like a storm happening, but it's also still really hot. So like I went outside with a rain jacket on, to take some trash out, like just a couple minutes ago, and it was hot. It was like really hot. Unpleasant. So I was a little slow in grabbing my coffee and stuff, but hi. Let's see. Let's greet everyone. We got Aaron, Jaybridge, Itsukato. Thank you so much for the 8 months, Itsukato. I appreciate it with the streak. Not Quite Dead. How you doing? Hope you've been well. Loading Screen Boss, Dex, Pris. Another week, another set of bad puns. What do you mean? Hey Cheeky, Rohith, Brendan, Urban Mech, Stuffed Beaver, Shay, Doc. Your Louisiana simulator. I'm not used to it. I'm a New England boy. I don't know how to cope with anything other than dry cold. Morning Tyrant, how you doing? We've still got this second featured event going on for super long runs. I've seen people get as high as 70k, 71k runs with crystals, optimization and stuff. So I don't think I'm gonna get something like that, but I do want to get some big crystals numbers, and hopefully we can get some upgrades for the build. For the builds. I feel like playing my Greatsword build today, because it reminds me of the Outriders stuff I've been doing. I'm a melee gamer. At some point, it became what I do in games. I'm okay with that. A little down this morning, somehow I accidentally saw my boss going Sword Explosion. You'll get another one. You'll get another one. It's not just 15% Priz, and I could just simply punch more. It's because the enemies in that expedition die from the gap closer, so I just have to use the gap closer again, and that's not the melee, but it's a gap closer. And you're just leaning on that so hard because I changed up the build to be slightly less punching in the melee and gained like 7 seconds. But it was still good before. Anyway, the High Reckless Monster, how you doing? So, let's do the thing. Stuff I'm looking out for on this build. Let's figure that out. Is this the one I did Fyodor 4 on? Yeah, it was this one, right? Pretty sure it was this one. I have a Bolt Lash. I don't need that. So, what do I want? I don't really need a better Scalawag. Don't need a better Delusion. Stab-O-Matic's pretty long term. Oh, excuse me. Allergies. They always get me. Better Barbalode. Better Universal Soldier for when I want to shoot the Stab-O-Matic longer. I suppose Protagonizer would also fall in this pool. Better rings. I do only have volatile rings, so these could be upgraded. Those could be upgraded. The inflammation's fine long term. I suppose Ascended Body Rune with Capacity would be an upgrade. We'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll run this one for that enchant for a bit. Let's spend some more. Hey Viper, how you doing? 10 slots free, quiet travel and light. Something like that. Well, let me make a little more room. This is gonna be a super long loot room, so I gotta, like, actually have space. And holy shit, how did my bank get to 496 again? What happened? I had so much room, and now I just don't. It's gone. Quag Hoarder, you know it, Matt. You know it. How you doing? Symptomless now, still tests positive yesterday, so off work again. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm glad you're feeling better. I got into weird Outriders habits of playing that so much over the weekend. I didn't play any Wonderlands over the weekend. Simply did not have the time. Hey, Wagadodo, thank you so much for the Prime and the 8 months. I appreciate it. Getting value out of my Prime? Hey, I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. Thank you so much for using it on me.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Getting value out of my Prime subscription.
Trying to figure out. So I probably elite rooms later. Hey Cryptic, how you doing? Invade, good to see you. Foster, hope you're well. I have all 4 classes of Outriders, 11 Trickster. Hey, that's cool. Hey Hellrider, how are you? Been circling back to get all the bonus stats for my characters. Gotta admit, running these missions maps at C50, 35 kind of put me firmly in the New Game Plus supporter category. What do you mean? You're just enjoying going through that stuff at higher level? Being asked one last question, how good is Old Ways? Yes. Always pick up. Didn't know triple ice spikes roll an extra projectile and be times 4 while those are strong. Yeah, they can even roll 2 extras to become a times 5. They can't get 3 extras, but they can get 1 or 2 extras. It's very rare though. You can also get 2 extra projectiles on a single ice spike, and then it'll basically be just a better triple, because it's got a much higher base damage, and a shorter cooldown. So that's fun. It's one of my better rolled spells I've randomly gotten. Fits that description. Good old bootleg triples. Chance you go over setup and another run? Yeah, sure. It's gonna be a while, but yeah. I had to turn around so the side enemies would stop dying so I could still get the objective done. On a magic barrage spell with 6 extra projectiles, is that common? It's one of the kinds that can happen. Yeah. I've seen it a fair amount of times. Do you just playing some Outrider a bit before work? Hope you're well. Yeah, yeah. It's a little stormy here. Other than that, yeah, I'm vibing. We're good. We're good. Fyodor really went apeshit with the bullet hell in 5-4. Yeah, I enjoy it. It's one of those things. If you already liked Fyodor, you will like it. If you didn't like Fyodor, you won't. It's that simple. I enjoy it. It's a little annoying on some types of builds because you need to change your damage dealing methods because, you know, you can't punch the soul cells. But, other than that, I like it. I would like to see healing barrels put in the Chaos Chamber version though. That would be a nice quality of life. Amnesia with 2 Wrath of Nature is, like, interesting, but kind of useless? Alright, now I think we started leaving. I haven't done 4 yet. We talk about timeline? No. In a week, possibly. I wouldn't build your own expectations like that. You won't know until you know. And, yeah, I don't know. So, always temper those expectations. It's likely, based on previous DLC release schedules, that we're, you know, in the next 1 or 2 weeks. But, always leave room for, hey, this thing they didn't promise isn't happening on this time frame. I feel like that's something I need to tell land players in particular. Because I'm excited too, but like... That's a possibly. Right, just reiterating. Found a Primordial Paradigm yesterday with spell, all damage, gave it to my dead shot. It's per stab, I can live with that. Hey, it's still an upgrade. Roll Ghostblade and Channel Fortifying Sigil, put it in the bank in case I ever make that build. Good find, good find. Like all are coming this month? They've not announced anything, Cryptic. We have no idea. Based on previous release schedules, it's likely, but they've not announced anything. I would just like a little more info on Black Collar Scratchy Itch Bitch. I think everyone else would too, but you know they're not always forthcoming with DLC stuff. Often they just kind of drop it on us and like, here, new shit, enjoy. Spectral Vengeance. Seen a few people on the forum saying they hope the super extended run became permanent. Love to see it. Yeah, me too. It's just another way of playing the game. People have been asking for that, and this is that. Hopefully they decide to care. And hopefully that feedback is taken into account. Nice they uploaded a skill tree for Attuned for Theory Crafting. I'm gonna disagree on that one. Because remember, when they showed skill trees, people started shitting on Clawbringer, and like... Clawbringer is better than Spore Warden, literally always. Seeing a skill tree doesn't do much for theory crafting. We need to actually have it. Because there's things like gun damage not meaning gun damage. You know, differently categorized crit. Undocumented features of different skills. Have numbers without numbers, nothing matters. Well, not only that, but like also we don't know damage categories from looking at skill trees. We need to calculate that ourselves. Like something could say damage, it could be global, could be conditional, and that matters a lot. Finally have some survivability. People after seeing Black Purple. Yeah, people said that. Like, We have Black Collar skill tree? No, it's not. We didn't. Personally, just excited to see the flavor, hoping for something weird compared to what we have. Yeah, me too, loading screen. I don't necessarily care how it performs. I just want it to be different. That's all I care about. Oh, I forgot to leave the room before I hit that. Oh well. Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter. You know if Executioner's Blade hits Melda Theodore's target thingies? Got my old stab out C35 as Melda 4. I'm pretty sure it does. Reasonably. How do I get into this on this build? Do I just Stab-O-Matic? I think I just Stab-O-Matic. Cool. More survivability and rage and recovering the entire purple tree. True. Hey Sinju, how you doing? Hey Kirk. That's where my lich is at. Nice. Can't wait to play Technomancer in Wonderlands. No liches? Come on, I want to see what this one is. Oh, okay, never mind. Don't be a sad lich, be a bad lich. Now I have 7 rings stuck in my head. God damn it. Good outside of a messed up arm. Sorry to hear about your arm. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Enjoying grinding out this event. Hopefully this becomes permanent, because like this is just a sick run. Or maybe they just do like a big run as well as the normal size run for featured every week. We just get 2 features. Copium. Hey Dex, good to see you. Do you have power back yet? Sorry if you don't, but like, I'm keeping tabs on the homies. I got it finally, let's go. Curious as to how impactful the poison element of Blightcaller will be. I wouldn't focus on that at all. It's like the whole elemental class trope is not conducive to good build or theory design. And it's rarely relevant. Like, people called, for example, Amara the elemental character because she was presented as the elemental character. Not how the character worked. Not how the game works. A lot of people view Graveborn as a dark magic class. It's not. Dark magic would be how you would do some of the lowest damage achievable by Graveborn. So, it doesn't matter if they say Blightcaller is a poison class. Until we actually see how it functions, I will be operating under the assumption that it is not. Do you know the feature can change right in front of your eyes? Change switch locations, it changed out of nowhere. First time hearing of that. Same frame. Awkward. If it has a tree like Berserker, maybe it's worth looking at. Yeah, it could be something like that. People view Berserker as a cryo character, and it's like... a footnote for what Berserker can actually do. After mistakenly sold my Poison Sword Explosion last night, Barf Money's mocked me by spewing a primordial non-elemental one. Can still be very useful. Any element of Sword Explosion is going to be at least useful. Hellborn did elements decently, in a game that did not do elements decently, so half credit. Yeah, what Kirk said, thermal. Godfall does elements well, also ever play Godfall. Yeah, Godfall does elements well, Remnant from the Ashes does elements well. Outriders does a couple of elements well. And that is thunder. Monster Hunter's elements? Yeah. From what little Monster Hunter experience I have, I like the elements in there. I've only played World. Still haven't played Rise yet. Pokemon does elements well. For the most part, yeah. Every once in a while, they do have to rebalance. Like, every couple generations, they introduce a new type. Or they shift around what is what type. Sometimes they even change elemental matchups. But yeah, they at least try to maintain element balance in Pokemon. Where is this skull? I always forget this one. Is this one of the out-of-bounds ones? Or is it, like, on the ground somewhere? Ah, it's not on the ground one. Obsessed with making ice types defensive when they suck defensively. Yeah, that's the big thing. That's the big elephant in the room. Ice types in Pokemon are, like, the worst balanced thing they've ever done. Like, even more unbalanced than Buggy Gen 1 Psychic. I will die on that hill. Too weak? Yeah. It's just a bad typing. Like, it's weak to everything relevant, and not uniquely strong against anything relevant. And it's just gotten weaker with the gens going on. Like, it got proportionally weaker when Fairy type came out, because one of the very few things Ice could do was be relevant against the bad dragons that didn't have, I said bad dragons, that didn't have, like, a mitigating secondary type. Plus Garchomp. Garchomp's good. But then it's just like, well, just use that on a different typing Pokemon with decent stats, and except you don't have Stab. But then Fairy came out, and it's like, strictly better option, yay! Alright, okay, bye. Oh boy, an Avalugg. Ice is brittle, it makes sense. But they keep giving them, like, high defense stats. Like, if you're gonna go with Ice thematically like that, then make Ice sharp. Make it, like, high attack stats. Oh, glass cannon type shit, but they don't do that. Athena also had a good elemental tree, it had damage and good perks to work those elements. Yeah, Athena was good. TPS skill design moment. TPS skill trees did a lot of stuff very well. in a game that unfortunately didn't have the content to showcase that. And came right on the heels of a release that caused the most, let's call it myopic view of game design. In no uncertain terms, what I'm saying there is, it being right after Borderlands 2 made TPS a target for a lot of people who didn't give it a chance. Didn't see things like being a skill tree design. Hey Rain, how you doing? Punch a brick of ice, shit hurts, fighting shouldn't pop ice. Contrasting that, though, I've seen people do showcases of, you know, breaking various materials, and those materials include wood, bricks, and ice. Also concrete. Saw a bar of pig iron once. Like, fighting makes sense, but ice doesn't. It's weird. Toothless or nullify? Guess we go nullify. Allergies. That might be enough loot rooms for now. Fine. Also, ice does hurt. Cuts me when I stock bags of ice. Exactly. I think ice should, like, be better offensive. Like, make ice the premier physical attacker type. I haven't kept up with Wonderlands at all. Chaos Chambers look the same. And what does that mean? Like, Wonderlands is still Wonderlands. I don't understand. Were you expecting Wonderlands to not be Wonderlands? I can handle elemental overflow. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Hey Al, how you doing? Man, I haven't played BL3 in months. GTD still looks the same. Yeah, right, like... I've been surprised if I hadn't gone down there, honestly. That was me asking for trouble. that was some lightning. Ugh. Yeah, for anyone who didn't see the tweet, if stream cuts out, it's my power, because the storm is bad. I'm hoping it doesn't, though. How many rooms you can go months without ever seeing the same room? Saw a room this weekend with a crystal switch, haven't seen in probably 6 weeks. Yeah, and, like, there's even enough rooms that they rotate the feature, and we still get to see things we haven't, seen in a while. Hey, Andy Ballin? Any tips for Boston with a claw spell shot setup, focusing on spells and fire damage? Laser Hand. You want Laser Hand. It's a very high damage spell, short cooldown, very precise, pierces targets, can hit crit spots. Did I mention it has high damage? And it's fire. Definitely go for a Laser Hand. Hey JC, how you doing? Want more odd facts related to Wonderland stuff? Hit me, Stump. Hit me. This one active? No. Okay. Remembering all the container locations in all of these rooms is so tough. Oh. I'll keep that on for overflow. Why is she immune to cryo? That's not how that should work. Elemental overflow is on a rotation, Viper. It is a room by room basis. It's got an amazing amnesia armor for my Frost Shiver. Need to get him from C35 to C50. Do you mind a quick walk through this build and items at the end when you have a second, please? Yeah, remind me in the loot room. There's a couple people who want to have a walkthrough of this build. It's going to be a bit before I get to the end room, but yeah, we'll do it. That was the second of 3 bosses for this one. So, we got one more loop to go through. Depends on when you take overflow. I don't know if actually it might. Maybe. I don't know if it is rotating when you first take it. That's a good question. Sorry, Fire Friend. Yeah, there's no way. Catatumbo lightning is a specific phenomenon that occurs one lake in Venezuela. Lightning strikes every 2 seconds for 9 hours a day, 300 days a year. Huh. That's cool. I didn't know that was a real thing. That is a neat fact. This Amalgam's trying really hard, actually. 2 points in haste, melee crit chance, board capacity, but the rest of it is not so good. Oh, fire immune, rip inflammation. I have enrage. Oh. Spectral Vengeance. I gotta back up when I kill these. Oh, sorry about Stallion. Yeah, I totally did not pay attention there. My bad. I think the optimal way to deal ability damage in this game is... yeah, there's no answer to that. You're gonna have to get way more specific. Are you asking what the strongest thing that counts as ability damage is in terms of raw damage numbers? Or are you asking about how an ability damage stat-focused build would be most efficient? Like, I think you're gonna have to narrow that down a lot. Best use for it? I guess technically Spore Fuse enchant, because it's layered off of your gun stuff. Technically. But I'm still not really a fan of Spore Fuse enchant, honestly, because the opportunity cost is quite high. And it locks you into what is ultimately kind of a shit action skill. Ability damage on Dreadwind and Blast Shells, so that build will have the most outlets for ability damage. Yeah, most outlets, just you're limited to melee range. Is why I didn't say that one. But yeah. Ouch. Yeah, this one's chaotic. That was close. Hey, thank you for the 100 bits, Cryptic. I appreciate that. Happy Monday to you as well. Thank you. Did a build focus on ability damage? I did a Dreadwind build, which would technically count. Did some Feral Surge stuff up to C20. I have a Blizzard thing on the back burner. Outdam Dot or Nasty Spill? Outdam Dot kind of murders my damage. So I guess Nasty Spill, and I'll just be careful. Where's the skull for this one? I accidentally spent 5k crystals on melee weapons. Hate this new update. What do you mean accidentally? Did someone... But how does... What? What? That's a confusing statement, Thermal. I don't understand. suggesting adding a feature to spend crystals faster on bunnies. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone suggested that. It's a joke? Ah, I missed the punchline. But, yeah. I, for one, like this event. Because, choosing how to spend my crystals is enjoyable to me. So this is one of the biggest examples of Nasty Spill being kind of a double-edged sword. It can clear out rooms like this for you. You can full AFK this room because it'll just form an infinite loop of Nasty Spill stuff. It'll even kill the boss if you keep him in there. But you don't get crystals for anything that dies to Nasty Spill. So I need to figure out a more optimal route that maybe doesn't have me take Nasty Spill. Is it a Banshee? Yes. The plus side help freeze, please. It did. Ow. How much did Butt Stallion boost my swing speed? Oh, that's how much. 7 points in haste. Feels good. So I have 7 in haste and 2 in squall right now. I have 2 squall for my armor. So we swing expeditiously. Would be really nice on a Ghostblade setup. A little less useful here, but we like the energy. Ow. I don't know what to do here. I guess I do this. Awkward. One day I'll take Toothless, see how much I suffer. Toothless is one of those things you can kind of prepare for. There's just certain kinds of builds where I don't like it. Like, Toothless and Nullify on a From the Shadows build is you are agreeing to just not do damage. You're just knowingly agreeing to not having damage. Which can work out fine, but not really trying to do that. Oh. Why did I think that was a 3-1? Alright, let's move on. Brain malfunction. I just did the 3-1. Ton of cryo-immune enemies yesterday and died twice. Gotta diversify those elements. I'm using a non-elemental Banshee and it's kind of growing on me. Like, it was not what I wanted when I set out to get Banshee upgrades, but the fact that it always is going to do at least something, that is growing on me. Do not know about House Crystal spawn there. So many lost crystals. Yeah, there's a lot of quartz. There's a lot of quartz. Clear of all symptoms now, just still barely test positive. Yeah, it's good to hear that. How you doing, fan? You get all the curses with this run. I don't know if you get all of them, but you can certainly get a majority of them. Primordial Skeep. Low damage, though. You can also pick a random armor off the floor with good skills and passives. Feel like you have to build a new character for it. Often, yeah. Often. Yeah. Wow, Scalawag, you wanna... It aims like I do. Stop healing. There we go. Ow. Oh, the clutch save. It aims like you don't. Technically the truth. Got past drill on my Dreadwind build, found a great sword Vampire Hill, just kept hitting him in the death juice. Yes, the suggestion that people gave you 2 months ago. Glad you finally did it. Was that too direct? Sorry. Oh, sorry. That is some rain. Can you guys hear that? Ooh. 660 price to leader room, price of, yeah. It gets crazier, Dex. You can get it up to, like, over 1,000 to elite a room if you elite everything. I've been only sporadically eliting rooms. Helps keep the cost reasonable. Just kind of experimenting. Split the weather, you give us some of that rain, we'll give you some of this heat. Oh, I have both, Viper. It's the craziest shit. I went out to take some trash out this morning before stream, and, you know, it was raining already. Not quite this badly, but it was raining. And I expected it to be a little on the chillier side because of the rain, so I put on my rain jacket and went out there. It's still hot as fuck! That's not fair. One of those hot storms? Yeah. The more I've played this build, the more I've gotten used to. I do prefer Echo over Vampire. Vampire makes this build so easy to play, but Echo definitely creates some big damage spikes. So it doesn't hail. Hail sounds a little different. I know because was this about 2 months ago? There was a hailstorm that I was sure was gonna break all the windows. Like, it was loud. Doesn't sound anything like that. Ironically asking California ever stop being on fire. I think somewhere else is on fire right now. I don't remember where it was, but I saw it was like... It's like a country or something. Climate's wild. So where's the enemy? Ah, there's enemies. You now have the arcane theme stuck in your head. You're welcome. Portugal is Portugal. Thank you, Foster. Scary shit. Everyone stay safe. If we got any Portuguese friends, I hope it's not in your area. And I hope you and yours are safe. Yeah, I don't know any of the containers on this map, so I'm not even gonna try. West Europe's having loads of bushfires. Italy, Spain, and France too. Ooh. It'd be real nice if our collective world governments would, like, take action on climate change rather than deciding to wage culture wars against marginalized groups of people. That'd be fun. That's as political as one gets today, but it needed to be said. I don't even care about the economy. Too much corporate money in politics? True. But the quag economy, yes. Few corporations keep creating those minimum wage jobs no one wants. Yes, the ones you can't survive on. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was reading some shit the other day, and average rent for a Manhattan apartment is over $5,000 a month? Is that a thing? 'Cause... Excuse me, sir, Donnie the fuck? Yeah, like... You know when you read a number and you're like, that can't be right. One-bedroom studio is probably that much. Yeah, I knew the cost of living there was crazy, but that crazy? That's insanity. You read that, Kirk? Shit. I was hoping it was a fever dream of mine. My favorite memes is comparing the cost of Manhattan properties to European mansions in the States. You're telling me all these sitcoms from the 2000s where broke 20-somethings can afford really unreasonably nice Manhattan apartments. You're telling me those are bullshit? You're telling me How I Met Your Mother spent like 7 years lying to me? Live in a society. I mean, yes. That's how that works. Lying in media? Unfathomable. Guess I go trapped hearts here for more crystals. TV character finance is just in the same way you have streamer luck? Ah, okay. Okay. Occupational perks. I see. This is a pretty good crystal total. We're going into the boss with We'll have about 43k, I think, if there's more on the ground here. Yeah. Right now my complex is 1,200 for one bedroom townhouse, and mind you, bedroom has no door, and I don't have access to a washer dryer in my apartment because, you know, only people with children need to wash clothes. Yeah, there's another way people without kids are punished in society. Well, people with kids are also have limited access to washer dryer stuff. I used to be in a living situation where that was relevant. And shit ain't fun. It's tough for everyone out there. Need to blame the system, not other, you know, people who suffer under that system. Swear, same goes for the hours they work today. I swear they work like 2 hours. Yeah, like they were never at work. They're always at the bar or something, which is crazy expensive. If you're going to the bar every single night, like, how much money do you have? And they're not drinking, like, PBR. They're having cocktails and name brand sponsored beers. Like the craft shit. Two and 3 bedroom apartments usually have washer and dryers. 1 bedrooms usually do not. That's the problem. Yeah. I suppose that's true. Hey Pupty, how are you? Average cost of a New York City studio is $3,638. A 1 bed is $4,671. 2 beds $6,188, and 3 beds $6,544. Yeah, so pretty much everyone's going 3 bedrooms with multiple roommates, like as many roommates as possible, and you're all working 2 jobs, is what I'm gathering here. It's like, I'd love to live with parents like you do. It's so cheap. It's not a matter, like it's don't have a choice type situation. Like, not really a life choice. It's more like a, hey, I'd like to not be on the street choice. Backhead pain still. I have nightlight mode turned to 100%. How are you? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm sorry to hear that that's going that way for you, Pupty. Ow. 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 Okay. It was messy, but we made it. broke son bitch living in West Virginia and wondering how people survive in New York. That's the funny part. They don't. Really? You gonna do me like that, Bunny? That's so toxic. That's the biggest thing that kills in this fight. Bad Bunny RNG. It decides to, like, swerve at you. They can at least treat you well today. Some fun or good times. Maybe tasty food, too. People happy. Yeah, tasty food would be good. Unfortunately, it's very stormy outside, so I won't want to, like, grill or anything. But maybe I'll try and splurge and have something nice for dinner. See what happens. Trying to get the phase to happen so I can get some free damage in, but it's not happening, so I guess I'll just do this. Never good salt and batters. I'll just skim it off their grants? Oh no. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the $24. I appreciate it. This is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Here we go. After the chest, that'll be 51k crystals. It's pretty nice. We went slow, so it was a very slow run, but that's enjoyable. And that's still efficient crystal-wise. We'd love to see it. About 51k. Primordial times 2 liquid cooling. I kind of want it. That seems like the high damage roll as well. Sure. It's not ascended, but sure. Maybe food money if you want to put towards it. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'll order some groceries today. Or maybe tomorrow, because the storm will probably affect that. I reckon if the storm clears up, I can just go to the store. Well, we'll figure it out. It's going towards food. Hey, Stone Son, how are you? Full disclosure, I never watched the show. Like, 3 of them shared an apartment. 2. 2 of them shared an apartment. And then, all the other ones live in, like, pairs as well, I think. So 51,457 crystals. In terms of what I want to put this towards, amulets, melee weapons, rings. Those are going to be the priorities for right now. So I guess melee weapons. How long does it take to spend? Like 10, 15 minutes. To just spend. That's not including going through the actual loot. And checked out the new Resident Evil series on Netflix yet? I haven't. I've heard it sucks, but that Lance Reddick is good, which sounds about right. I plan on watching it. I don't know when I'm gonna watch it, but I'm gonna watch it. Expecting it to be bad. I'm a Resident Evil fan. I'm expecting it to be bad, but maybe still enjoyable. Kind of the same way I look at the Mortal Kombat movie from last year, or was that 2 years ago now? That Mortal Kombat movie was not a good movie, but it was a fun movie. So, yeah. Minor build overview? Yes, I'll do that now, actually. I'll do that right now. Frost Shiver. From the Shadows, we go all the way down to Executioner's Blade. Something I talk about pretty frequently is the high opportunity cost of getting to high tier Stabbo skills, because there's a bunch of dead skills. If you look at the left side of the tree, with the exception of Nimble Fingers, which even in some builds is minor, almost non-impactful, these skills aren't good. Arsenal is so utterly minor. The more gear you have, the less Arsenal is worth. Because you can get gun damage, spell damage, and melee damage very easily from gear. Also from myth rank. So, Arsenal is just arse. It puts the arse in Arsenal. Follow-up is so utterly minor in terms of uptime. Like, it's a conditional damage boost, which can be good, but we're a berserker, so we get the old way, so we don't care about that. And it's only on one swing. We take 1 point to move down the tree because it's better than Arsenal and Sneak Attack, which are just bad. Swift Death is also bad. But you got Haste is good, Potent Poison is good, Exploit Their Weakness is good. So we take all those. Shadow Step is like fine, so we take that. We take Nimble Fingers because that's good, and 1 point follow-up. And then we can max Contagion, we take Elusive because these are good, and that gets us to Alchemical Agent. But then that puts us in a position where we need to spend 4 more points in the tree. Of the remaining skills, Arsenal, Swift Death, 2 points in follow-up, Sneak Attack, or 1,000 Cuts. 1,000 Cuts is... saying the best would be a little optimistic. I would say the least shit of the remaining skills. So we take 1,000 Cuts to get down to Executioner's Blade. The reason this is nice for this build is because it allows us to kind of have a ranged option consistently. We could just shoot or use a spell to deal melee damage from range. And it allows us to multitask. If we light up a target with Inflammation, we can swing our weapon and then any ticks of the dot from Inflammation, because Inflammation counts as a spell, even on the dot part, will trigger Executioner's Blade, effectively giving us a faster swing speed. And then over the Berserker tree, max on Yielding for tank, because C50 enemies hit quite hard. It's a lot of healing over time, so it's nice to have. 2 Savagery, and Rage Duration's good, and melee damage. 3 Icebreaker, because it's fantastic in mobbing. Old Ways, fantastic. Tank and damage. Then we got Unarmored Defense for a huge amount of buffer, 1 Blood Frenzy to help keep our Enrage up and give us a little bit of healing. And then we put 2 in Cold Snap and 1 in Relentless Rage. Now, 2 in Cold Snap it does kind of hurt me because it's such a good skill, and we're using an Amnesia, so it's got even more value, but it's pretty much a choice between the 3rd point here or these 3 skills. And individually, 1 point here is worth more than the 3rd point there. 1 point here is worth more than the 3rd point there, and 1 point here is worth more than the 3rd point there. So it's a compromise we had to make. That's a great example of why more skill points is bad, because you make fewer compromises in builds. 1 more skill point would remove that little bit of decision making here, which is ultimately minor in scope, but there you go. It's a decision we had to make. 2 points would break other skill tree stuff. 3 points would mean we could get Blast Chill in this build, which would be too much power. Get a chance to pick up the Souls games? I did not. I figured my games backlog is so long, Alan Per, that like it would be a while before I visit them. So by the time I have the time to play the Souls games again, because I've played Dark Souls 1 through 3, and Sekiro and Bloodborne. I've just not played Elden Ring. By the time I have the time, then like they'll be on sale again. Hey, Wintality, how you doing? Good to see you. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max status damage, remainder in max HP ward. Constitution pulls double duty if you have on armor defense, so that's how we're able to tank so well. And then gear wise, we got a Banshee. Top hilts to look out for are Echo or Vampire. Vampire makes you basically immortal, and Echo gives you huge damage spikes, because Echo can do things like trigger Barbalode for huge ricochets. And we have so many non-melee damage outlets in this melee build, just passively happening as we do our melee thing, that we're stacking up Echo pretty consistently. But Vampire is really good for survival because it fills up your ward and your health bar, so it's just very solid. You're a brick with Vampire on. Using a Scalawag, Cryo here helps stack up Icebreaker, but melee crossbolts, Blade, standard stuff. Delusion for debuffing if we need it, Livewire if we need to hold a different gun for meleeing, Stab-O-Matic for range purposes, Body Rune because Body Rune, Barbalode, we're using melee crossbolts so we may as well. Inflammation for triggering Executioner's Blade, more Barbalode stuff, and just it's very spammable. 6 charges, 6-second cooldown each. We always have 1 charge available, so it keeps our chance up. And then just melee rings. These could be improved. The duration is nice here. That's going to be hard to replace, but the condition is hard to meet on C50. This one's just going to be really good in general. That's going to be very hard to replace. And then Selective Amnesia for the armor. You're going to take damage so frequently in this build, it's nice to just have damage out of it, and it gives a lot of movement speed. Movement speed's one of the best stats in this game. Got done with dinner, I sent you the playlist, keep updating on the fly. Sounds good, Rohit, thank you. Doing okay, I've been sick but feeling better. Hey, glad to hear you're on the mend. You consider armor with blast chill? Yeah, armor with blast chill would be definitely worth taking. Like, if I had blast chill on my current amnesia, like with the current stats and everything, that'd probably be more optimal. It's just the amnesia I have happened to roll the combo that gives Iron Squall as the only Berserker skill. Like the reverse class combo, with 1 in Blast Chill, 4 in Savagery would be optimal here. That would also be more Zerker power for stronger in Rage. But this is just what I have. What weapons are you looking for? I'm looking for Wailing Banshees for this build. Snake Sticks for my Ghostblade build. Salt and Battery, if I get a really good one, would be usable. Decent Twin Souls are always nice to find. Like a 1.94 swing speed Ascended Twin Soul is always useful. Zerker Stabbo does get Iron Squall in old ways. Yeah, Zerker Stabbo would be good as well for max and rage damage. You'd also get the crit chance, and the From the Shadows duration from the Stabbo power. So that'd be cool. And then Squall is more swing speed, and Old Ways is more damage and more tank. So that'd be another combo. There's lots of good skill combos for this setup. You could go Claw Stabbo for more exploit their weakness, while also getting some Stabbo power benefits. Go Stabbo Burr, Burr Stabbo. Burr Claw, Claw Burr. You could even justify Grave Stabbo for Contagion. Because Contagion is relevant here because Alchemical Agent. Clobber. It's clobbering time. You don't need to bring up skill tree again. You explain how inflammation interaction using for melee. Yeah, inflammation crits can trigger Executioner's Blade. And inflammation's dot, not just the fire, but the dot that's left behind after hitting an enemy with the fire, that is also a spell. Meaning it's hands-free activation of Executioner's Blade. So you can't cast a spell while you're swinging a melee weapon, but if the dot is ticking and critting, then I'm getting Executioner's Blade while I'm swinging. And there's not that many spells that would do that. Garlic Breath is an option there, Sigils are an option there, Frozen Orb is an option there, but Inflammation allows me to do it at flexible range, very spammable. And I also get the explosions on death of enemies that have been affected by Inflammation, which will get my Enrage bonus element, can trigger my Barbell Load, feeds into my Echo. Inflammation's optimal here. Morning, Sen. How you doing? This was a 51k run, Sen. Not going optimally at all, but pretty chill. Think Executioner's Blade is worth it on Clawstalker? Depends on your choice of action skill, Crimson. For Ghost Blade, I would say no, because you get more damage for the Ghost Blade itself by going for Awe. But situationally, it can be nice for the fights where Ghost Blade cannot properly interact with the enemy, such as certain phases of Banshee, such as certain phases of Imelda, Dragon Lord. You know, there's some times where Ghost Blade won't quite do it. So in those cases, yes, but you get a lot more damage by just taking T5 of both of your trees on Clawstalker. What about Judgment? You get a lot more out of Awe for Storm Dragon's Judgment. And Storm Dragon's Judgment is more in need of the damage than Ghostblade is, so I'd say even more so that's relevant. But then again, you know, dealing with bosses that the action skill can't touch. That's the value of Executioner's Blade there. And Berserker would have sounded so much better if it was Clawbearer. You're not wrong. If you're going Claw and not taking Awe, you're really just getting the Oaths. Right, there's the argument of getting Awe from your armor, and just your armor, but yeah. 50k crystals is the game deleting the lowest tier loot as you continue to pull a bunny. I'm not really getting anything below the occasional blue, so if I was to sit here and spend all of them, maybe the blues would get deleted, but it's not gonna delete the purples. And, there's no greens, so. Take 1000 cuts with Ghostblade? No. Only take 1000 cuts if you're going to Executioner's Blade. For my Ghostblade build, I take Alchemical Agent, and then I take Awe and Indomitable. This is going to be pain to sort through. I'm going to spend the last 10k on amulets, I think. Hope for a Barbell Load upgrade. I still can't remember if I actually did Theodore 4 on this character or not. I want to say I did, but that could have been other builds. We'll find out if I don't get any Greed Wardens or Petty Tantrums. That's how we'll know. I'm thinking next run of this, we do no elites and just see how fast we can go. Like, not stopping for elites, not stopping for containers or anything. Chance you can post your martial build for Dev in the Discord channel. Yeah, ping me in the channel, the Outriders channel, Rohith, and I'll post it after stream. Seeing Feodora in Boss Rush makes me sad. There's some builds that have difficulty dealing with Feodora in Boss Rush, especially because you don't get the healing barrels in the Chaos Chamber version. So he can be very annoying because of that. There's a few builds I don't plan on doing Feodora on, just keep him out of the boss pool. In a perfect world, I think we would have the options to toggle whether we want DLC bosses in the pool or not. But until then, that'll be a motivation for me to keep doing playthroughs. Explain Deadshot with Garlic Breath and reminded me of dope builds for BL3. Yeah, Kirk. I really like it for that reason too. Ghostblade Master melee weapons element? Yes. It takes the element, the 85% of the base damage, and the crit stats of your melee weapon. Takes all that into account. It also takes your melee weapon swing speed, so that's why running a Banshee for Ghostblade is generally not the best idea, because Banshee swings very slow. You'll get high base damage ticks, but you'll be missing out on a lot of instances of damage. So it's better to go for something with a very fast swing speed or a good compromise in stats. I like Snake Stick for that reason. It's just middle of the road for all the stats. Then it's also got the Hydras on top of it, which pushes it ahead. If you're looking for optimal just for the Ghostblade itself, I want to say Pickaxe is very high up for raw Ghostblade damage, because it swings so fast and has a decent base damage. Twin Soul would be good as well, because Twin Soul has high crit. It's a little low on the damage end, but it's got very high crit and the fastest swing speed. Primordial Joint Training. No thanks. Primordial Frenzied Wrath. Those are good stats, honestly. Frost, Graveborn. Like, if I was gonna do that Pixie nonsense, this is a really good roll, honestly. I'm not gonna do the Pixie nonsense, but it's good enough to pick up. Bad Barbaload. Ugh. Allergies. Amulets were not kind. That's so unfortunate. Allergic to rain confirmed. Pickaxe peak, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Because it's not quite as fast as peak Twin Soul, but it has a good deal more potential base damage. Caustic Snake Stick? I don't think I need that, but it's Primordial with a good element and Caustic, so I will take it. I should really just pick up so I can actually see these items. I need to put a bunch of shit in my bank. We might have to do some inventory management. Primordial Salt and Battery, no element, no hilt mod. Lovely. Apologies for the flashing lights, this is actually quite miserable. Vampire Snake Stick, I'll take that. Not the dreaded inventory management. I know, it's scary. We'll get through it together. I believe in you. Not in me, but in you. Ooh, Cryo Snake Stick. I needed one. Shock one, but that's amp, so that can stay there. Okay. I wanted to take this rollover. It did. Spell damage, spell damage, spell charge. This would be really good if it wasn't chaotic. Like this at Primordial or Ascended, I would have bought this. Oh well. Yeah, Snake Stick's just World Drop, Crimson. Let's put some stuff away. 503. What is in here? How did this fill up again? Like, I cleared this out. How did it get full? We're gonna clear this out a little bit. I still want to mess with that negotiator. At some point. Every 5 minutes, how did this get full? It's true. That is exactly how I operate. Curse of the Theory Crafter, every shiny piece of loot becomes, oh, I can do something with that. It's true. That is exactly how it goes. It does get quite annoying. Quag deletes 3 items and moves 5 around in inventory management. Quag after getting 2 items. Wait, why is this full? Don't you mock me. Especially not accurately. Wrong answers only. As much as I want to do something with that Ascended Encapsulator, I need the inventory space more. So I'll just farm another one later. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Probably. Ascended Sawmill is there just to keep my hatred strong. Encapsulator versus Barbalode? Yeah, that was the thought. That was the thought. Afternoon starts inventory management. Audit for your Godfall inventory. Mind if we take a look? My game isn't crashing, so it's not too full. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I will take no further questions. I know of a lot I can stand to clear out spell-wise, so let's take a look at those. Morning, Thumb. How are you? Just write that down as in denial. Yeah. A bit of a tummy ache, otherwise I'm great. How are you? I'm sorry to hear about your tummy ache. I'm pretty good. Enjoying the super extended run. It's just very, very satisfying to do a large chunk of gameplay followed by a large chunk of looting. Just feels nice, you know? Now we're doing a little bit of inventory management. I want to try to have more backpack space to just pick up the stuff in the run. I don't know if you saw other week, got a roll of Surety Last Resort and an Augment. Hey. It's toxic. Oh yeah, let's compare these snake stick parts, actually. Because I need to figure out how good mine is. 1.32 is... I think that's the median one? Like, is there a 1.4 roll for snake stick? Because it goes as low as 1.2. And you don't get more base damage out of that. What do you get? Fucking nothing? Yeah, you just... simply attack slower. Gotta head to work, take care. Have a good one, Cryptic. Thanks for hanging out. Void Shell's getting pushed out of the medicine parts, which is funny. Yeah. At least in 1.32? Okay. Yeah, 1.2 is unfortunate. It's just worse. I'm keeping that one because Vampire, but that swing speed is unfortunate. Okay. Thanks, full, but we cleared out a lot of backpack space. So now we'll favorite everything I have on me, and now we can properly, like, sell the things that we get from the bunnies. So, sorry about the downtime, but that was worth. That was worth. Now I spent some moon orbs. I've actually just go start melee on there. With me moving to Desperate Enchant there, probably want Spellcast melee here. Go for it on the next one. Alright, let's just try to go fast on this one. back. Welcome back. Getting solar panels installed today. They just got our power to get stuff installed. It's really weird how much background noise electronics make it eerie quiet now. Yeah, I have difficulty sleeping if my computer isn't on because of that. Just the hum. Hey, Killy, how you doing? I'll just screen. We like melee here. We stand melee. Melee builds are fun times. Almost missed that. Back to gun builds and playing just seems kind of basic. Yeah, like I almost decided today was going to be for chaos climbing on my gun build, but I just didn't want to. Like it's something I have on my to-do list, but I don't want to do it. I just like non-gun builds in this game. I was the same way in Borderlands 3 for a long time. Just why do basic gun stuff when you could just actually enjoy build crafting? That's how I look at it. Do a good thing it's time for me to get Wonderlands. Nice. Morning, Pinky. How you doing? Good to see you. Not bad. That's good. save Fire Friend. That's close. Hey, New Mex, man. How you doing? Am I doing Greyhawk stuff or Lumina stuff? Let's do Lumina stuff. That sounds more spicy. Yeah, it sounds more spicy. Yeah, answering your question before Killy, the 1 of 6 ads thing. There's an incentive this month for me to stream a certain number of hours with a certain amount of scheduled ads. And it's an amount of money that I wasn't willing to say no to. So that's why there's a little more in way of ads this month. But I appreciate you watching them to support the stream. And anyone who does not want to watch ads on the channel, you can always consider subbing. Full transparency, the offer for next month's ad incentive thing was terrible, so I'm not taking it. So it'll be back to a smaller number of ads next month. Because it wanted like 4 minutes an hour for like less than they offered this month. I'm like, no, not doing that. Kaeda, you would. Saw something that's truly thing today. Someone had stuck the "let's fucking go" face on a sussy emote's ass. That's a combination of words. Had a meme idea already? Uh-oh. Any harder than I intended. Y'all behave. Don't shoot me too much. Just like shoot me a little bit. Thank you. It's exactly the appropriate amount of shooting. I appreciate you listening. This loot pile is so toxic. I really hope they fix that eventually. Just nightmare, perfectly stacking everything. What's its name? The crystal intake is definitely noticeably lower without eluding. You guys see the total? We're not even at 10k yet. Still taking every curse we can find. Not the hardest curses, but we're taking curses each time. Grabbing a decent amount of containers. Eluding those rooms makes a huge difference, is the takeaway. So if you're looking to optimize your crystal intake and you haven't been eluding stuff, maybe try eluding here and there. Wait, how did that happen? Wait, that Barbaload just went across the map and hit that skull. Do they seek out the skulls? Like, that was way too direct. That Barbaload ricochet just went across the map to hit one of those skulls for me. Looking out, Barbalode. Truly the chattest of moves. Actually, pretty good rolls on that. I saw melee damage, melee crit chance, max ward, which good passes for this. So I think it was a calamity. We'll sort it out later. I suppose that's a good example of how I prioritize my armors. I don't even look at the names, I look at the stats first, and then the skills, and then if those are good, I pick it up. I suppose I check to see if it's a smart armor or not, for the name. If it's not a smart armor, cool. If it is a smart armor, I'll look at it to see whether it takes the backpack space. Marvel is a true completionist. It really is. It really is. Character today. This is my Frost Shiver. We swing Greatsword, light enemies on fire, see big fire explosions while swinging Greatsword. It's a good time. Yesterday I got in a room and Opulent Wyvern was the first enemy I fought. Basically I had the help of a boss. Opulent Wyverns are loot enemies. So, unlike other loot enemies, they're not immune to non-melee damage, but they take significantly less damage from everything that isn't melee. Think of them like the Wealthy Coileds or the loot goblins. You have to do melee damage to those to hurt those at all, but for Opulent Wyverns it's just like they simply take a lot less from things that aren't melee. That's all. Terrified. They're the loot enemy I'm least dismayed to see, because I don't like running into the other ones, since not being able to damage them at all with most outlets of damage just kind of slows down your room progression. But at least with the Opulent Wyverns you can hit them with things. Now for another day of trying to get all elite, all side objectives, all courts, maker, mega run. I had a 51, 52k run earlier today, son. And I missed a lot of side objectives. At least 1 quartz, a couple containers, and it was only 2 raid bosses. I also didn't take hardest curses. Also, I did take nasty spill. Do you have a route for the runs then that doesn't get nasty spill, out of curiosity? I can't believe you shot a live wire. Why wouldn't I shoot a live wire? Verona. Ah. Ouchies. All the same frames. Overflow does that. Yes. Is that yes to the question about the non-nasty spell route, son? Because if so, you might share. Trying to remember all the curses I take. Yeah, no worries. It's a lot to remember, so that was probably a big ask. +2 to Contagion. That's nice. It's actually really good for damage consistency. You know, that's probably something that really helps out those single target boss melts. Contagion off of Alchemical Agent, Walling from the Shadows. Big damage. That's probably why Solissa dies so fast. gotta pee. Hang on, BRB. Okay. Did grab that, cool. I don't want to take out Dan Dom. Take Nasty still anyway. Runs got me to Destiny 2. How you liking it, Sakura? I tried out the Ghostblade and Scalog. My Clawbringer works okay. Maybe I'm doing it right. It's their favorite Clawbringer setup. Currently, it's my favorite Claw setup, yeah. Are you putting all the other pieces together? Are you making sure you maintain both halves of Awe? What melee weapon you using? Because it takes a bunch of pieces to get the damage for that setup feeling really good. And then one thing that does make it awkward to play compared to other builds is it is on the squishier side. Huh. I did kill Verastus. Congrats. That ring was trying, but not hard enough. So I'd never fight him again. Yeah, most people who enjoy the game Veracitus is in don't enjoy Veracitus because, unlike Borderlands 2, Veracitus has mechanics and it's challenging. So, yeah. I've noticed that as someone who does not care for Borderlands 2, but likes Veracitus, people who feel reverse about the game tend to feel reverse about that boss. It's not a uniform thing, but it's an interesting observation I've had. Maybe not keeping my awe up, and yeah, the squish is not my favorite. Make sure I've got lightning and fire for the awe. I'm definitely using a snake stick. Don't have as many points to awe as I'd like. Yeah, awe is a really big part of the damage. Not just the crit chance from it, which is very big, because that's not gonna just apply to your actual hits. Remember, that also applies to the dots from your hits, and Alchemical Agent hits quite hard, so making sure that crits is very beneficial for you. Also, the crit damage from it is, remember that goes in the Shrine crit category, so it's much more impactful than every other crit damage boost in the game that isn't the Shrines. Where's the skull for this one? I didn't realize this one was active on this map. I don't actually know this location. Oh, I'm learning something. Oh well, don't care enough. Get it on the next run. Trying to go somewhat fast. Oh, another thing to keep in mind, Koala, for the Ghostblade setup is make sure you're getting Stabo power as much as you can. For the all primary armor, you are for the all armor that has Claw and Stabo, you are forced into Stabos secondary. So making sure you get a good Stabo power amulet is a pretty big part of things. Ah, there's this guy. So I didn't know that location. That'll be useful for future runs. Break it up, Bulwark Buddies, Party Time, Frozen Vengeance, Crit Connoisseur, Spectral Vengeance, Magma Breach, Workfleet, Hazards, Anarchy, Overflow, Rend and Rupture, Nullify, Trapped Hearts, Buff Buddies, Trust and Magic. I don't know how I'm getting... I don't know how I'm getting Nasty still in my rotation there. I'll have to keep an eye on the next run. These weather enemies, such a cool concept. I'd like to see more of them. Like if a wyvern was calling the weather. That'd be pretty rad. in mind for next run. Also, how many of the containers are active on this map? It's gotta be 2, right? One of them's in, like, the cave area. Oh well, don't care. Yeah, I really don't want this run to go away, because if we can optimize this and, like, get a route down, maybe get some consistent, like, 75k crystal runs, with hitting every container, getting the optimal route of curses and eluding rooms, make a run, good RNG on crystal drops, because that does play a role. I think like 75k runs in maybe 45 minutes are very doable. And that's kind of crazy. I could maybe leave these last couple of rooms, honestly, but we'll save that for another run. I like tackling this in different ways to see how time spent versus crystal efficiency goes, versus difficulty of actual gameplay. Trying to all containers and courts, just trying to find optimal leading numbers. Testing is a nightmare, though. I think a good way of going about that, Sen, is figuring out, calculating based on just the elite cost alone. At what point that becomes less efficient than just base number of crystals. I know that's probably something you've considered, but I'm thinking through as I say this. So, like, just decide on an arbitrary number for elite cost, and then test that and see how that goes across an average of, like, maybe 4 or 5 runs. And then go, like, plus or minus 1 room from there, elite-wise. Average it across, like, 5 or so runs. It's not perfect. It takes a long time to get that kind of testing done because of runtime. And 5 isn't the best sample size, but in terms of the time frame we have, it'd be something. Chaotic Great Edition purchase. Let's go, Killy. Welcome to the Wonderland. What does climb from APOC 20 onwards feel like molasses? It gets way slower after that, Rohit. 30 onwards is where it gets like, like, you can expect a full day, 2 days of grinding to get you 1 APOC level once you hit the 30s. Like, I'm just under 34 now, but that's after several play sessions at 33. I know a few people who main the game for, like, their stream content who are still around 37, 38, having had early access before World Slayer came out, and then also playing it as their stream content. It's quite a grind. I will probably not push to 40 on more than 1 character, but I do kind of want to hit 40 on my Devastator, just for completion. Is Elemental Overflow not that bad? Seems like a curse I'd never want. It really depends on your setup, Crimson. So, like... Oh, sneezes, excuse me. On this build, it's not too bad because I have my cryo damage is a side dish. My fire damage is an afterthought. My alchemical agent will rotate through elements because of contagion. And my melee weapon itself is non-elemental. So my damage is never really fully impacted by this. It's most annoying when it's on cryo immunity, because that makes them immune to my gun and my rage bonus element. But that's why I have a live wire, so I just switched to that for cryo runes. The most annoying part of this build, I suppose, is the explosion when you kill enemies, because that can down you. It's probably about to kill me. Oh, it didn't, because the healing fog. But depending on your build, it can be very crippling. Like a pure spellcaster build, those tend to commit to either ice spikes or laser hand. You'll find yourself wanting to carry both because immunities. It's just the latest in a line of examples why these thematic builds people like to do, committing to a single element, aren't ever optimal. Like, you can enjoy them, sure, but they're not optimal because Elemental Overflow is great for your loot efficiency, getting a lot of crystals. And if you cannot handle one element being off the table per room, then that's a glaring weakness in the build. Thinking about taking Instinct in this spec as well. Like, spec out of a little bit of damage, but take Instinct because this swap speed would let me juggle between Livewire and Scalawag more effectively. Like, I could put bolts in an enemy and then switch to Livewire smoothly with more points in Instinct. I would only use it against stuff like the trolls here, but could be helpful. Would also let me do things like debuff enemies for soaked with less loss of DPS. Hate to use a live wire, but it makes sense. I find live wire a lot less silly in the context of it being a situational swap. Like, I'm not running around just, haha, live wire, go bzz. It's a tool. Makes me feel a little bit better about it. Fire friend? I saved fire friend. We good friend. Oh, that's satisfying. Look at that crystal total. Oh, it's already gone. We were at 33333. Oh no, chat. Salissa's lightning immune. What are we gonna do? Or even go away. I'm gonna loot. Oh, that was a big chunk in one hit. Holy shit. That's with Nullify on, too. Just... Boop. Stop hopping away. Oh. Spectral Vengeance got me. I mean, I don't mind you choosing not to go to the middle bark. Like, that's actually pretty cool for me. But, like, I'm confused as to why you're doing this. There we go. Hey, Will, thank you for the 22 months. With the 21 streak. I appreciate it. Hope you're well. Thank you so much. Oh, can I see your big sword? If you play your cards right, Carter. You prefer Paragon or Renegade playthrough at Mass Effect? You ever gone through the game, switch the line between games? Yes, I have. I tend to prefer sort of a practicality approach, which tends to be slightly Renegade leaning, but like taking the practical things and not just the, hey, being an asshole for the sake of being an asshole things. 50 minutes, 41k. Not quite efficient. A leading definitely is better. Free sub for Carter? Absolutely.
It's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Swag.
You enjoy Carter, courtesy of Sun.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I found it. You did. You did. Alright, so from that run, 42k. So 42k versus 51k. Pretty substantial difference for not that much more time invested. I definitely prefer a leading. What do we spend on this time? Maybe we do wards this time. I do want wards for, like, various purposes. With, like, 30 hours of Inquisition in the last 2 to 3 days. Ah, so you're almost out of the hinterlands, then. Artificer Archer is so fucking fun. Dude, it is. It's my favorite. It's my absolute favorite in that game. Can't believe the first time I've done this. It's so fun! The only thing that comes close is Tempest Archer. Morning, Natas. How you doing? Good to see you. I think this time we split between wards and rings. Seemed like the play. I'm better zipping in, throwing mines, backflip shooting out. Yup. That backflip shot. Neuron activation. It's like the grappling hook in, do an ability, backflip out, and it's so good. It's so dynamic. Oh yeah, completely unrelated. Stray comes out tomorrow, right? I don't know when I'm gonna stream that, but I want to. Tempest Blade Rogue is super fun too. I wish Archer had more spammable abilities for Tempest. But like, there's enough. There's enough. Reviews just came out. I don't want to know anything. I don't want to know anything. I want to go in completely unspoiled. Variety Strayer Day. I don't know if I can wait that long. Because I really want to play the game. Most take a second to wind up. That's true, Carter. That is true. Bad luck on the chaos tiers on these items. Ugh. This is sad. Alright, rings it is. Even better, 24-hour straight stream. I wonder how much XP I'm getting in these runs. What is my myth rank total now? Closing in on 300 unspent points. Rockin' Archer, Cole, my party. Cole, Blackwell, Solo's best party. Cole is like turbo bad. Sorry, not sorry. I maintain that in your party you could choose to run Cole or literally anyone else. Cole's a character's cool. Cole is a companion. This character is a DPS. As being worthy of a companion slot. Yeah, if you're using him as a DPS, you could just do that on somebody else. And like, you controlling Cole as your DPS means your character isn't a good DPS. It's like one of those... You could, but you would also just be better at it on your character. I suppose Cole as an AI, just DPS source if you were controlling like Vivian or something for tanking. Could work, but... I guess Dorian kinda sucks unless you control him. Dual mage party. Yeah, lots of mages, lots of warriors. Control my stealth attack. This makes Soul just always stealth, crits into stealth, and leaping shots and goes back into stealth. Arc Death destroys bosses. Thought it was working out for you. I might have skewed standards based on gameplay preferences. Man, the luck on this run is not treating us so good, chat. Tried Cass, Iron Bull, Dorian, and they all suck for me. Iron Bull dies, Dorian and Cass don't do enough damage. Cass is support. Dorian sucks unless you control him. Iron Bull does die very easily. Fair. Cooldown and duration, but like companion damage primary. Ugh. I think Iron Bull's there for the dialogue. It is a fun pairing for that. Wish Iron Bull didn't die because I love him one of my party. Yeah, he's just so squishy. He's my favorite companion though. He's sick. There's a lot of flashing lights on the screen, bro. Yeah. I would like them to maybe devote some time to more subtle loot beams, at least as an option for future titles. Like, it doesn't need to be that. It really doesn't. Almost there. Should be able to filter like PoE. Loot filter would be great. Primordial Banshee, but it's amp. Meh. Primordial Salmon, but it's Rampage. Meh. Weak. Think about this, the sorting ghoul type option, you got filters and lets you sort out the gear visually. Sure, make it larger would be hassle. That'd be sick. It's just, it seems like a complicated method of implementation in a game where the UI is already kind of struggling. So, I'm kind of pessimistic about whether that would work. But yeah. This is the armor we picked up. 2 Cold Snap, 2 Haste is really good, actually. Only 1 wasted point here. Melee crit chance, max ward, melee damage. That's a really good Calamity. That's like really good for unarmored defense melee stuff. Keep it. I could stand to change this Inflammation's enchant out for spellcast melee. Probably. But actually no, I have spellcast melee on these. So what I want, action skill start melee there? I guess? Let's do another one. Try and change the curse route. Let me scroll up and see what's instead. Break it up, all our buddies. Party time, Frozen Vengeance, Quick Connoisseur. I'm not getting Crypt Connoisseur till really late. What's the earliest curse room that you skip, Zen, if you happen to know? Do you skip or you just take them? Can we take every curse room? I should have tried starting with Encroaching Darkness, but we'll start with Break It Up, as usual. Back to Dragon Age, see you later. Take it easy, Carter. Have a good one. I think I'm gonna try, we're gonna elite 20 rooms. I'm gonna try leading 20. Because it's 29 rooms before the aspects, right? I should have done that in reverse order. Better. You take the Aura Buddies? Yeah, actually that might be the defining thing, though. It's making my order different. The one that I consider skipping is the one right after the obelisk thing, yeah. Okay, good to know. missed the Dragon Lord statue. It's not acceptable to me. Or early on enough. Meh. Gearbox on unlimited resources. I can't speak. Is there any feature you wish to see in a Lands game? Survival mode from Remnant. Just that, but in this game. So it's very Chaos Chamber-like. But it'd be like if Chaos Chamber and Arms Race kinda combined a little bit. Lightbringer could be fun. Yeah, Lightbringer would be cool. Fucking no thanks, Spirit Realm. Spirit Realm's like... After they gave it all that love, it's at a point where I'd say it's fine, but I wouldn't really ever advocate for Spirit Realm to be put into a game. Just, it's my least favorite game mode. Rare Godfall L. An unlimited resource, any feature you wish to see in a Lands game, fire replies more clean. Pain, please. What, do you not like survival, brother? Survival's sick. It's, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a procedurally generated series of dungeons and bosses. A lot like Chaos Chamber, but it's also a roguelike. You start with a little bit of currency and no gear, and then you choose what you start with in the vendor room. And you pick up gear and skills as you go through. And enemies are constantly scaling up in difficulty, so you're crunching time versus, fighting enemies or just getting the fuck out of there. Very enjoyable. Survival mode and Remnant's sick. Cat. I almost didn't complete them. And I do like it, but when it's bosses, I like Scorch fine, then I get the Butcher for last, keep slamming his butt, but Unclean One's one of the best bosses in that game. He's like so well designed. I love Unclean One. Like genuinely one of my favorite bossing experiences just in gaming. He's so satisfying. Like, once you get his mechanics down. Simply a good time. And if you don't do the sneaky basement thing, yeah, if you don't do the alt kill, it's just kind of like fine, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But I really love the alt kill. Alt kill on Clean One is probably my favorite boss fight in the game. It's between that and Iskall Queen. Regular kill Iskall Queen. Come to the wild and surreal experience. There's a shooting in a mall last night I used to frequent. Yep. It's, this is America. Melee weapon for that. I don't remember which thing gives which reward off the top of my head, right? Do not recall. I'd used the shittiest Methra Star I had, but I got capped resistances without using presence. Fine. I think I'm doing that on one of my plates as well. It's, I'm doing it in a very scuffed way, but yeah, it's kind of amusing. Applications for my PhD begin next month, and rise in number of shootings and very apprehensive. It's... yeah, I don't have an answer there. I'm really worried about it too. It's... just frightening. Played Hollow Knight? I've not played Hollow Knight. I should, though. Hey, Slushy. How you doing? Good hope your weekend was well. It was. It was. I had a good weekend. Saturday stream was fun. Yesterday I spent some nice quality time. It was a good weekend. It was a good weekend. I was in Reno for a wedding a few days before a Vegas one. Yeah, Rohit. Sandy Hook is 30 minutes from me, and at the time I was a college student. That was, an experience. Hollow Knight's amazing. Another game has a lot of cases, but learn this or you don't pass. I like when games do that. Enforced learning. Good game design. Crit Connoisseur against non-elite rooms is just kind of brutal. See, they stand no chance. Very punishing too. I like that. I think things being punishing is a good way of difficulty design that doesn't fall into things like, you know, just cranking damage or HP values. Like, learn or die structure is good. think starting on the next one, I'm gonna start eluding. I think we have enough curses. Ouch. Every Hollow Knight achievement on Steam, and I've no hit every boss. My favorite game ever. Highly recommend. That's high praise. I'll have to keep that in mind. Oh yeah, we'll leave the one after this, because we can't delete this. Drank too much coffee again, chat. My bladder's tiny. It's rebelling. Worth it. Yeah. I do like coffee. Cheers. Working from home due to COVID. Glad I find your channel. Hey, glad to have you here, David. I hope that whatever impact COVID's having on your situation abates sooner rather than later. I don't know if you have it or not, but yeah. It's one of those things, even if you steer clear of it, it still affects you. So, here, blanket statement. We wouldn't give right now for coffee to cure COVID. Whole house is down with it. Sorry to hear, Doc. Hopefully it stays mild and passes quickly. I missed a few swings, so it's problematic. Another thing to do for crystals, hit these. I haven't eluded, so this won't actually give me much. There's an amount of crystals that isn't zero. You stream every day, or you have a day off? My day off is Sunday, Ewok. I do not stream on Sundays. So, yesterday is my scheduled day off. For a while, I did stream 7 days a week, but that was very early on, and I decided to go down to 6, so I'd have a personal day. Initially, it was so I could focus on YouTube content, but then, like, I decided I didn't want to do that either, so it's just a personal day now. Can't emphasize enough how important getting vaccinated boosted is. Whole family got COVID because the vaccine is like normal cold ankle is not my first. Yeah. My whole household is some degree of immunocompromise. So like we've all had 4 shots, primary 2 and then 2 boosters. Even if you're not immunocompromised, it's the wise play to do that. Vaccinated, double boosted, still nearly died in ICU from it. Yeah, it's a scary thing. I wish people cared more about the impact it had on people. Shots, 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 shots. Yes. Yeah, where's the container on this one? It's like somewhere on this side, right? Had a fever and I'm slightly chest coughed, 100% get fucking back. Keeps you safe and also mask for the benefit of you and others around you. Taking a lot of damage here. I need to pay more attention. That's another aspect of this build that I really enjoy. Melee positioning is important. Because... oh, there goes Lorraine again. The direction I'm facing influences whether I get Banshee projectiles at all. So I need to stay on top of that. I don't know this map well, so I'm just doing a quick scan. It's not one I'm very familiar with. Okay. All good now, it's just the chest feels slightly stuffy at times, but I'm not going to turn down an air hug and good soup. Good policy. Good life policy. Forgot about butt Stallion again. No, leave her alone. Yeah, good shot. One of these days I'm gonna actually get through all bonus objectives. Maybe I need to focus on that for a run. Maybe that'll be the next one. Actually paying consistent attention and saving butt Stallion's life. Actually do know all the container locations on this map, so I know only 2 are active. Favorite soup, either Granddad's tomato soup, it's perfectly seasoned, or potato and leek. Potato and leek sounds good right now. Hey Pointy Toes, how you doing? Had a sandwich over the weekend called a fat bitch. Cheese sticks and mac and cheese and chicken tenders on it. That's an interesting sandwich name. Tortilla soup. I'd go for some. I should probably take one of these elemental damage altars at some point in the run. Yeah. Because that's 110 crystals, which can honestly be made up by good RNG. And having that extra damage could be the difference between me saving a butt Stallion statue or not, so yeah. File. Quartz over here. If enemies leave me the fuck alone, I can actually get this one. Beautiful. Worked out nicely. Where's the containers on this one? It's another map I don't know very well at all. Oh well. Develop a severe addiction to Trickster's ice spikes and help. It's very efficient, Butter. It makes sense. And Clawstalker, could you run a lightning snake stick and a fire scalawag? Is that worse? You could. You absolutely could. I would argue that's more optimal, Crimson, because that gives you the option of soaked directly benefiting your Ghost Blade and the bonus element on your Ghost Blade. So against non-flesh targets, that's just, like, better. I'm just using what I have. Yeah, either combination of lightning snake stick plus fire weapon, or, you know, the inverse. Both are good. I originally ran lightning weapon, but only recently I've switched to fire because of what gear I've gotten. Where's the skull here? I remember this being down here, but I didn't remember where the skull is. Keeping all these locations straight is so difficult. You get claw armor that buffs lightning damage and revival debuffs? Yes, yes you can. Claw can be of any element. Allergies. Blah. Where is this particular skull? Oh, it's right here. It's hiding with the lights. They're so clever with some of these. I like them. Less observant people like me just kind of... your eyes drag over it. Would you use an element on your Stabmatic if you used one? It can't get elements. I keep one on any of my melee builds, but it only comes non-elemental. Only way you can make a Stabmatic deal elemental damage is with bonus elements or using a Diamond Guard sword. extended undead pack, sure. Haha, funny. High pellets, I assume. Times 7's more efficient. Times 14 is technically higher bossing DPS if you are using a Universal Soldier. But generally speaking, times 7 is more user-friendly. Especially when not using Universal Soldier. Reason I stress that is a times 14 can be as few as 2 shots per reload. So, I have a blade. I don't know the full extent of part variance on Cybernetic. Do not know. Simply not looked into it. Anyway, I can look it up. Loot Lemon might have the info. I don't think I've seen one with a blade personally. What's high pellet count for kettle drum shotgun? Max it can get is 25. You can get a lot of different numbers along the way there. You can get 8, 12, 16, 18, 21, 25. There might be a couple I missed in there. Well, I didn't get that force with me. Awkward. Yeah, shame I couldn't protect that stallion there. Enemies are just too spread out. I was busy chasing them around. Got too distracted. Yeah, some of the Butt Stallion statue side objectives are so difficult with how much damage enemies do to it on C50. I'd really like that to get more help. Where's the third one here? Primordial Mood Ring. Gun damage, assault rifle crit. But like, assault rifle's a mega low. Ah, here it is. Assault rifles. Yeah, I'd really like to see the weapon class get some love. I still want to mess with the Phoenix, because I have high hopes for that in mobbing, but weapon class is definitely lagging behind compared to the others. Phoenix isn't too bad for mobbing. Yeah, I like it for that. Spire's a good mobbing option. We haven't had a lot of fire chaining guns historically. And it's got a pretty good framework for what would be nice to play the angles from the shadows. Very close. Only bust sound stashes I struggle with are coiled rooms because Archmages fucking nuke them. They do. They do. A lot of the ones I lose are because I just simply don't pay enough attention. So, skill issue, but coiled Archmages and Bloomps really, really make it kind of difficult. That go. Here. Just wondering if that elemental cloud. I don't think so. I think you just give Butt Stallion statue more health. Honestly. Ouch. Take the same frame. Hey Crook, how you doing? Like, Your Highness, love you and all, but why is the statue in the water next to a respawnable barrel? Good question. through it. Ooh. Being outplayed. Outplayed. That was a better hit. And these elite foils take punishment. There we go. 31k crystals I see. Yes. Currently we have 2 featured runs this week, and one of them is 29 rooms long. Now, my personal best I've gotten crystals-wise out of it has been about 52k. But people have gotten as high as 71k in this run. So we're just kind of attempting different configurations of how much we're leading, how much we're not. Just trying stuff out. Hey, Frihilio, how you doing? Not that it matters, also pretty sure about Stallion's drag queen and Stallion's fine as an uncastrated male horse. It adds more character to the character. I'm down. How long does buying loot take? Spending the crystals is like 10-15 minutes. And then there's actually looking through the loot. It takes a bit. Time reflects are so satisfying in dev. They really are, especially when you use them to parry like melee attacks. Very nice. Need to restructure the damage formula for my Lumina Shield setup as damage is a little low on minus damage Lightbringer Curse. Right. Keep forgetting one of the container locations on this map. Oh well. Waste of an action skill. Oh, fire friend. That's it. Right here's OPA from BL2 and C50. No, it's not though. Because you still have build diversity at C50 in this game. We did get that. Alright, yeah. I could be performing a lot better here, but I'm curious to see what the crystal total is here. I'm feeling pretty optimistic about it. Straight up, Wonderlands hasn't improved on anything from BL3, and that's why no one's playing. So come on now, you can't just say things as fact. That's not true, and create a narrative people run with. I was laughing, so I think, what, you're serious. Some people will invent shit to justify their own lack of interest in a thing. Like, accurately targeting flaws is one thing, inventing criticisms to make yourself, to absolve yourself of responsibility and your own incompetence is another. And that's what it is. If you think there are not improvements from previous titles in this game, you are lying. To yourself or to other people. If you think there's no options in this game in terms of, you know, build diversity, item diversity, you are incompetent. That's it. That's how it works. Not saying it's a perfect game, not saying it's not flawed, but that's reality. I'm sure someone's gonna clip that and make a whole drama thing out of it, but sorry. I'm not sorry. Clip for drama purposes. Hey D2H, how you doing? I was about to ask. Thank you, Viper. How's the horror game stuff been treating you lately? DQH played Raft and Madison. Those are both horror games, right? I'm not actually sure what Raft is. I've just seen people I follow who mainly play horror games playing it. Madison was dope, short but dope. Ooh. Raft is a lot of fun too. Gnarly horror game or a survival crafting title. Ah, okay. I have heard that as well, so that makes sense. I don't know what it is about like the survival crafting genre that never really grabbed me. I've never really invested time into any of those games. Like, Rust, Minecraft, stuff like that. Just never really... just never did that. Usually don't like it. Raft grabbed me, though. That's good to know. There's one down there that's not active, right? Try to censor myself in stream, that really upsets me. Yeah, I try to not be so pointed as well, Kirk, but at a certain point, when people keep repeating the same bullshit, and it's just having a profoundly negative impact on larger numbers of people who are being misled by someone who knows they're acting out, it just kind of grates on me. Put it on Reddit already. Hope for an actual patch this week. I can't speak. I need more coffee. Hang on. Yeah, actual patch would be great. There's some annoying bugs that have been in for a bit that I'm hoping, at least as the DLC season wraps up, I'm hoping they shift to a priority on bug fixing. Like, you push the content and you iron out what you couldn't before it shipped. You know, I understand that, you know, a lot of bugs get found last minute and might not quite know how to deal with them, but there's some annoying stuff that I'm kind of over. Like, a couple days ago, you know how the skulls kind of turn technicolor when you hit them with soaked in the Banshee fight? They just kind of light up the whole room. Little things like that are starting to annoy me more. More UI stuff would be great. Fixes for that would be wonderful. Enemy hitboxes on certain bosses, that's something I would love to see addressed. Certain bugged items, such as the Storm Surge. Game's not without its problems. But look at that, I'm here outlining things that are actually wrong with the game and not inventing shit. It's wild. Is there a new armor piece with 4th week in the mirror? Third week, new armor piece, yeah. I do want to farm that. I haven't gotten any good rolls of that armor yet, but it really interests me. I want to do like a spellcaster build on not spell shot with it. Had a bug Dragonlord fight the other day, kept going invisible. Yeah, that's a bug they've tried to fix a couple times. It never quite took. I mean, it's that armor purposely rolls mismatching passes with bottom roll. Wouldn't surprise me. Part variants be like, I've played in close to 2 weeks and playing other stuff has new gear. Some of it's monstrously powerful. Like the Stab-O-Matic, you remember how popular the Face Muncher was. It's just that again. But the spells are interesting. The melee weapons are weird. I haven't quite figured out uses for those. The amulet is really cool. I want to build around some of the lesser used action skills with that amulet, and I think it's really going to help. Grab one of those shotties, I haven't built around it yet. It's one of those things that, like, it feels very mid until you get to the disgusting levels of investment. And it kind of highlights another balance problem as you get to that level of investment, because the Stab-O-Matic is a gun that shoots melee. So you'd think melee builds would be the most powerful with it. No, it's a spellcaster gun, because Spellblade exists, and Spellblade is silly. And that does frustrate me. Like, this is a melee build. I keep a Stab-O-Matic for emergencies if I really need to do ranged melee damage to something, like, right now. But because I'm not a spellcaster build, it's not doing nearly as much as its damage potential. So I'd like to see Spellblade looked at. It makes the whole melee ecosystem feel very weird. Used a little on my melee claw, wasn't overly impressed. Right, it just feels kinda fine on an actual melee build. Whereas you put that on a spell shot, it gets really stupid really fast. Because Spellblade. Even after Magic Bullets was fixed, a lot of people are going to label it as a nerf, but considering it's situationally a buff post-change, and now it does what it says it does, I'm going to call it a fix. Even post-Spellblade, or not Spellblade, Magic Bullets fix, it's, like, really strong. Double Knock was even crazier now. Yeah, not by much, but it did get stronger. As did Barrage, if you're running a Spore Sword. Gluttony needs to be mathed out. It's possible Gluttony got weaker, it's possible Gluttony got stronger. Specifically on Spell Shot. Spell Shot's using Gluttony. Because Gluttony's damage bonus is in the same category where Magic Bullets used to be. So it makes Gluttony's modifier more unique, but it still might be a damage down because of how much you're able to put into Magic Bullets. Depends pretty much entirely on how much gear you have, I suppose. Yeah, sorry, Fire Friend. No shot. No shot. It bugs me that this quartz isn't there. I'm just so used to seeing this one. I like the direction they've been gradually balancing Spell Shot. Moving it away from the better at everything class and kind of pushing it more into its own area. It's still better at everything, but gun spell shot builds have been getting a little less dominant over time, just a little bit. And that's been nice to see. Sorry, it's been asked before, in and out. Super Extended Run, same rooms? Yeah, it's fixed. Super Extended Run, think of it as a second featured, basically. It is completely fixed. 48k crystals before the boss, and we got 2 raid bosses to do. This is looking pretty good, crystals-wise. And think of how many bonus objectives I missed. I can definitely get a much better total here. Alyssa. Or grave. Meh. Tank's alchemical. Yeah, it's so good. Alright, before we do raid bosses, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, chat. Hang on. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Really believe leveling classes like color would be good. Might take 1 or 2 hotfixes after patch. Really believe they're about to nail the landing. I'm feeling optimistic too. Yeah. Pro tip, don't take 80% more damage curse and the minus 60% health recovery. Takes 3 life stones to recover from 1 hit. Oof. Oof. Still one without dying though, Illumina dumb. Nice to hear. How you doing, Boom? Okay, let's pick up these crystals just so we know exactly how much we have going into the boss. We have 49k. We couldn't break 50k before the raid bosses So this is gonna work out really nice crystal-wise. Imagine if I hadn't messed up bonus objectives. Patiently awaiting Quag Caller news. I'd like news as well. Damage. Get fucked, bunny. The extremely got me. Take it easy, Viper. Have a good one. Who's your favorite raid boss to fight? Definitely this one, Bark. It is very high on my wish list. I want to fight multiple Barkensteins at once. 2, 3 Barkensteins at the same time. Please, gimme. That would be very nice for me. Alternatively, fighting Barkenstein at the same time as each of the other aspect bosses. So like, Bark while fighting Bunny would be so cool. Bark while fighting Gloop. Like, yes. Just more Barkenstein. It's a very dynamic fight, is what I like about it. So 55,909. Almost 56k. We'll get 56k from the chest. So that's a pretty good haul. Pretty good haul. And this chest will... This vendor will probably roll over by the time we're done looting, so we get to check that again. 56.5K. Melee weapons. We're gonna be here for a bit. Not having fantastic luck so far. A fucking Storm Surge. Pain. A rant? What am I ranting about, Foster? One thing they need to fix, how this loot room operates, too many crystals. Yeah, this loot room made sense at Chaos 20, with, like, a super high-end run, max optimization at the time with what we knew how to do. You could get into the 5 digits of crystals. But spending 10k crystals doesn't take that long. But now, in this extended run, this featured thing, with optimal routing in co-op, it's entirely possible to get 100,000 crystals per player in this room. 100,000 per player. You're looking at spending hours in this loot room in that scenario. Because you gotta take turns on the bunnies. Friends and I are debating, need clip-worthy content about the worst generation Pokemon or generations. Okay, so in terms of game structure, Gen 2 was pretty ass, even though Gen 2, like, my nostalgia loves it. But, like, yeah, game balance, Gen 1 was terrible, but it was the first gen, so, like, they were learning. Gen 4 introduced a lot of staple stuff. I feel like Gen 5 is where the series hit its stride. So I'd say worst gen is Gen 7. I'm gonna say worst gen of Pokemon is Gen 7. No fifth special split in early gens was weird. It was very weird. I'm hoping Gen 9 is not like Gen 7. A lot of people don't like Gen 8, but I liked Gen 8. Maybe I'm easy to please. Oh, this is gonna melt my poor GPU. Oh no, I'm legitimately a little bit worried that this amount of crystals, that just looking at the pile is gonna crash my game. Oh no. Gen 6 is fun, way too easy. I give Gen 6 a pass because the Gen 3 remakes were really, really fun. X and Y weren't very memorable. Talk through the same chat points I made, I believe Gen 5's goated. There's some nostalgia mons in Gen 1 too. Gen 1 and 2 are like my childhood. Gen 1 Pokemon was the first video game I ever played. Pokemon Blue on the bright green Game Boy Color in 1999. It was the first video game I ever played. So, like, I'm right there with the nostalgia. Like, my whole childhood. Pokemon, 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 Pokemon. Why don't you spend 25k and sort through them and spend the rest? That's probably what I'll do. because I'm not gonna pick up and sell all the items, so... No. This run, even without all the curses, was still not a lot of crystals. I did a run without deleting anything, while still taking curses. And I still ended up with over 40k. Just deleting takes you to over 50k. Optimal routing, you can break 70k. Possibly 80. The animation seems not needed. It's not like you can activate the bunnies 300 crystals instead of 500. Well, you can, though. You can do that, Stump. That's presumably why the animation's there. I don't think that that needs to be accounted for, though. Incredible Gaming Star Story, minus Power Rangers, Super Nintendo, so much fun. You always remember your first, as they say. It was a slider, maybe? So you see how I put in a very tiny amount of crystals there. This is for just showcasing purposes. And it opened up the prompt for melee. Like, I feel like they could use that somehow to let us put in more. Like, put in a little, and then it gives you a prompt where you can melee to make it just take all your crystals. Or something. I don't know. I don't know how easy that is to code. Sounds very difficult. But something. Old gen consoles couldn't handle a slider, especially if we can't get 2 ads in the boss fight. I mean, old gen consoles are just kind of holding us back in a lot of ways, but it's a necessary evil right now. Hopefully by the time the next Lands game comes out, supply chain issues are less terrible, so people are able to, you know, upgrade to new consoles. You played Claw? Today? No. Oh, worth a rare redemption? I'm glad. I'm glad. There's probably some difficulty to generate 10k crystals amount of them in a single pull. Yeah, it would probably still have to be like a progressive, like spitting it out in waves type thing. So it still would be slow, and it definitely definitely can't spit them all out at once because that would melt old consoles. Like it would just crash the game or the entire machine. Game you play as a pirate cat? I'm not familiar. Limitation is still weird to me though, because I played BL3 in the same console and used to farm Slaughter Shaft with a Schluter. Well, I played BL3 on console, and for large parts of that game's life, you had a 50-50 chance of crashing walking into a boss room. So, the limitations are there. They always have been. Pre-slight nerf Schluter was crashing people's consoles in multiplayer. You know why the OPQ alt-fire had its fire rate reduced? Because people going into multiplayer and spamming it with some for the road were able to crash other people's consoles. You know why driver's movement speed was, not driver's movement speed, excuse me, mindfulness's movement speed was nerfed early in BL3? Because you could run so fast with a driver or a rabbit comm that you would crash your own game on consoles. Old gen hardware is fucking old. It cannot handle many aspects of newer games. Alright. Yeah, the game got rid of the other stuff that came out of the chest. Get that much loot. That's a pickaxe. My frames, my poor frames. It's only 1.7 pickaxe. You disappoint me. Thinking of going through this pile in like a spiral fashion. Honestly, what I should do, make sure everything in my current inventory is favorited that I want to keep. We're doing it this way. That fish has vampire. I'll take it. Maybe I can do something with a vampire fish. 1.9 pickaxe, but it's rampage and only volatile. No, thank you. Estimate on the item limit? I don't have one. I guess we'll make back the money from... I did buy a liquid cooling. Okay, this rolls over in 2 minutes. So we'll be able to check that. I think the PC build thing solves a lot of problems and wouldn't be surprised down the line Sony started to stray down the Dell Alienware route. Although Legacy will keep consoles going for a while until they come up with something novel. I don't think consoles are going anywhere, even though they are just inefficient. There's a huge market for people who just want to go buy the thing, plug thing into wall, plug thing into TV, play. So for that reason, I don't think they're going anywhere like ever. But I do hope that we move forward to a point where game dev decisions are not as constrained by supply chain issues and price point issues on new console hardware. It's worth keeping. Vampire, Dark Magic, Primordial? Yeah, sure. Those people plug thing in while play? Yeah. I'd say most consumers are. Saw a few Ascended Purples in there. Echo. Sure. Ascended Bonk Stick. That seems low on the damage roll. Exactly what I said, Lexi, hold it for a while, but with market shifts and easy to build, it's likely between favorite PCs. We'll have to see how the landscape changes in the next few years. Smash Hammer, 1800. Low crit damage, low attack speed, low crit chance. Nothing remarkable about that. That's sad. Great Axes have a surprisingly high crit damage. Like 170? With an almost 1.3 swing speed? Like, that seems really good. Maybe I keep that just to look at. Wait, that's a 160 with 1.4 swing speed. What? Are Great Axes just cracked? Hang on. That seems good. I'm gonna keep those to run some math on later. What am I missing? I mean, the base damage isn't high, but still, that's a very big crit mult. Curious how that pans out. Hey, Perek, how you doing? How's TwitchCon and everything? You back safe and all that? Amazing, had a blast, met cool people, some cool shit. Love to hear it. That is the goal. 11-hour trip back home, fuck Amsterdam airport. Air travel is just... The worst part of it is the airports. Actually, I take it back. The worst part is the people while you're on the plane. Second worst part is the airport. So it's just the whole experience is awful. But yeah, I hear you there. Ugh. I'm gonna keep these Great Axes for science. Rabbit stuck there till Wednesday, though. Oh, are they having problems outside of the norm at that airport? That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear. Lack of staff? COVID? Or just economy shit? Or both? Live in Netherlands, know a bit more about it. Ah. We'll take the direct insight where I can get it. Also didn't make it, made huge fuss, got escorted by security, at least to let me get there on time. Hey, whatever works. Economy shit. Ah. We live in interesting times. That pickaxe was trying. It really was trying. Shit company owns it, doesn't pay them well, work conditions are bad. Yeah. There's a lot of that going around. Ascended Greatsword. That seems like the low roll. Plus Rampage. No thank you. But you tried. No people want to join, surprisingly. It's always amusing to me when people are vilified for wanting to have decent work conditions and make a living wage. Like, it's not that they're lazy and don't want to work, it's that if they're gonna work, they want to, you know, live off of that and not be miserable. It's wild to me. Wild. Mental gymnastics people will do to justify shitting on other people. Shitting downwards onto other people. Wild. What do people hate on Trickster? Gameplay's so much fun. I mean, it's techno. I think I should focus on Trickster. I don't know if people hating on Trickster. There's a lot of Trickster players who are salty that balance for their class changed a bit with World Slayer. And a lot of those people are your typical looter-shooter gamers who, as soon as any sort of balancing or difficulty curve change happens and what they were doing works even 1% worse, they refuse to bear the burden of responsibility of improving their setup, and they label the entire game and or class as bad. So that could be what's going on. Like, Trickster can do some crazy shit. Makes people get upset about others making a living wage. Like, you want people to die that badly? Like, I don't get it. What do you get out of making sure other people are poor other than some weird sadistic glee? Like, speaking to just regular people, not corporations who, you know, exist off of sucking the wealth out of other people's pockets. Like, there will be people who will just parrot these points about how people making, like, minimum wage increases are bad. Like, wait, no, what? This hurts you too? Or are you just that hateful? Okay, here's the last of the pile. Corporations just think we have jobs so people want them instead of thinking how we can make the job more attractive. They just care about their bottom line. Don't care about the human cost. Crazy how much cost of living's gone up relative to wages compared to our parents 30, 40 years ago. And then many people in that generation will act as if that didn't happen. Like, the reason why millennials and zoomers aren't doing shit like buying diamonds and houses is because we're fucking poor. We can't. We can't. Everything costs too much. Nope, it's because we're lazy. Ah. We pay minimum wage for everything's gonna go up in price? No, that's not how it works. You are repeating the talking points. That is literally not how it works. I like the table. I'm broke because avocados are so goddamn tasty. I do like avocado. I don't eat avocado toast, but I cook with avocado oil a lot. I like guac. Haven't had it in a while. That's how big companies work. And the way you phrased it is justifying their price gouging of people's existences. Like, you don't repeat the... You don't drink the Kool-Aid. Just because that's what they do doesn't mean you have to say that that's what needs to be done. Like... Repeat after me. Corporations do not have your best interests at heart. And what target they need to be to keep operations running? No, they don't. It is not to keep operations running. It is to increase the salaries of the executives. It is not to keep corporations running. That is not what it is. There is a reason why cost of living has grown exponentially higher, and also salaries of CEOs have increased at a similar rate. Why do you think during the pandemic the wealth gap grew? Why do you think the inflation problems are happening right now? Like, it's really basic economics. It is not to keep the corporations running, it is to increase their profit margin. Just started Outriders, first time playing, pretty excited. Hey, let's go, Lizzie. Let's go. Sounds like you need to accept a bit of personal responsibility, pull up your bootstraps, and find a job at a factory that'll pay you 6-figure salary for manufacturing work. I saw some weird fucking article on Twitter like a couple weeks ago. It was one of those news outlets that's definitely run by a center-right boomer who wants to present themselves as objectively, like, objective. But like a center-right boomer who was saying that, people making 6 figures are being lazy, or it was something wild like that. Like, 6 figures? Huh? Really? Alright, so I feel so bad for you, Chizshima. If you believe what you're saying, you have been so ridiculously indoctrinated that it's just tragic. Like, corporations are not people. You don't need to defend them. They're not gonna fuck you. They're just gonna fuck you. That's... ugh. That's yikes. Maybe just stop embarrassing yourself. Hey, we got the contact channel. Maybe we could try out this dark magic one, because this would be a damage down for what I'm running right now. But in terms of my vampire weapon, I think that might be like a good one to just run full time when I want to run vampire, because I was running that cryo one. Dark magic would be more favorable against flesh. Yeah, I like that. Cool. CEOs took less, they could pay more and not charge more for goods. It's all corporate greed. It is. Like, it's not hard to figure out. Look at people's wages, look at costs of living, look at how the numbers have changed. Tough to find a factory job pays the equivalent of 60's wages adjusted for inflation. And by tough, you mean completely impossible. People at the top are always going to want more money to maintain their lifestyle. It's not about maintaining the lifestyle. It is about becoming more exorbitant. You are missing the point where they don't need that money. They don't need more money to maintain their wealth. You know, people like Jeff Bezos make more money in, like, a few minutes than they can physically spend. Like, once you get to that point of wealth, you need to actively try to not get more wealthy. They don't need to price gouge. They want more money. That's all it is. It's just greed. There's no justification. I think CEO margins need to be reevaluated by boards and central authorities. Well, therein lies the problem, because the gatekeepers are the ones benefiting. This could also bust into the conversation about there's too much corporate money in politics, especially in the US, but that's a different conversation. Anyway, on a more lighthearted note, tomorrow I will either stream Stray, maybe, depends on what time it's out, and if I feel like it, or this, probably this. But I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Understand the argument, but at the end of the day, people just gonna learn to work for themselves. Oh, so you think the working poor, the people who work 3, 4, 5 part-time jobs, 80 plus hours a week, do everything possible to simply eat and still don't make enough to have a decent place to live? You think they just need to learn to work for themselves? So are you fucking stupid, or are you just an asshole? Please answer this question. This is a real question. I'm waiting for your response. You have until I find somewhere for us to raid to answer, or you're fucking gone. Like you're working for people still? So you're just an idiot. I don't have words. That's just impressively stupid. Please don't speak in public anymore. Ever. Goodbye. Let's go to lazy. Anyway, I hope everyone else has a wonderful rest of their day. Let's say hi to Lazy. He's doing his melee build, the Blender, which is super fast swing speed with a live wire against the super extended run. So we'll head over there. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to stream, but either way, I will be live. This will be a raid message. We'll do quag chats, as usual. Do the thing. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And if you're farming this super extended run, I wish you the best of luck with that. And yeah, you're all great. Have a good one.